Assalamualaikum Pak Herman. Assalamualaikum Pak Dekan. Assalamualaikum Pak Dekan. Apakah suara terdengar jelas?
Kayaknya belum masuk ke suaranya. Tes.
We can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you. Nice to have you here.
Thank you, Prof. It's an honor. Sorry I couldn't join the last one.
Okay.
So, Prof, are we expecting any more VVIP? Because on my list we have VVIP representative from University of Hawaii Manoa, Matsunaga, BRIN, UNESCO, Muhammadiyah Sorong, Universitas Islam Malang, Malikus Saleh Aceh, Halu Oleo, 11 Maret Indonesia Cendana. Correct?
Yeah. And also the Dr. Fajar Setiawan, Chairman of the Indonesian Limnology Society.
Okay, I'll mention his name specifically and also
I think because he will deliver also the speech.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Okay. Have you got your breakfast or cup of coffee, Profilia?
Yep. Just finished my coffee.
That's good. I didn't think that you are a coffee person too.
Yesterday we with my boys about a set of coffee tools for the faculty.
Nice. Great.
Grinder, mocha pot, what else? Yeah.
And what bean are you using?
The mocha pot, Iliati.
Okay. Good. Yeah, I have my tumbler just in case I don't need to move around. I can refill it easily.
Okay.
My cup. Okay, Prof. Let's wait for participants and we'll start at around 8:30. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Ilya. Enjoy your time.
Yep. You too.
Yogyakarta merupakan daerah istimewa di mana budaya, pengetahuan, dan kekayaan alam saling bersanding dalam harmoni. Daerah yang penuh akan nilai sejarah dan peradaban panjang, berkembang dan membentuk suatu ciri khas yang tiada duanya. Di tengah daerah yang kaya akan nilai sejarah dan budaya ini, berdiri Universitas Islam Indonesia.
Universitas Islam Indonesia sebagai pionir pendidikan tinggi nasional didirikan pada tanggal 27 Rajab 1364 Hijriah. Kampus UII didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Islam atau STI di Jakarta yang lahir dari cita-cita luhur para tokoh nasional Indonesia.
Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan Universitas Islam Indonesia didirikan pada tanggal 12 Oktober 1964 dengan nama Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan memiliki satu program studi, yaitu Program Studi Teknik Sipil. Kini, Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan telah berkembang menjadi 3 jurusan, Teknik Sipil, Arsitektur, dan Teknik Lingkungan dengan berbagai program studi. Setiap jurusan didedikasikan untuk menyediakan pendidikan yang mutakhir dan mengembangkan solusi inovatif untuk tantangan modernisasi.
Jurusan Teknik Sipil UII didirikan pada 12 Oktober 1964 dengan pengalaman dan sejarah yang panjang. Jurusan Teknik Sipil UII hadir dengan 3 program studi yang telah mendapatkan rekognisi nasional maupun internasional. Dengan atmosfer akademik yang kuat dan kondusif, memungkinkan proses pembelajaran secara intensif dalam pemecahan masalah keteknik sipilan serta keterampilan berkomunikasi. Jurusan Teknik Sipil UII menyediakan fasilitas berbagai laboratorium penunjang studi mahasiswa sebagai sarana mewujudkan lulusan di bidang rekayasa sipil yang unggul dan inovatif. Adanya program internasional menunjukkan tekad kuat jurusan Teknik Sipil UII yang siap bersaing dalam skala nasional maupun global.
Jurusan Arsitektur UII didirikan pada tahun 1987 dan telah berkembang menjadi salah satu kampus arsitektur terkemuka di Indonesia. Arsitektur UII menawarkan program pendidikan berkualitas tinggi yang telah terakreditasi unggul secara nasional dan diakui secara internasional. Jurusan Arsitektur UII didukung oleh fasilitas laboratorium yang lengkap serta lingkungan belajar yang inspiratif untuk mendorong mahasiswa dalam merancang secara kreatif, memecahkan permasalahan, dan tumbuh menjadi arsitek yang peduli pada keberlanjutan dan perubahan sosial. Kehadiran program internasional semakin menegaskan komitmen arsitektur UII untuk mempersiapkan lulusan yang tidak hanya kompeten secara nasional, tetapi juga mampu bersaing dan beradaptasi di kancah internasional.
Teknik Lingkungan UII didirikan pada 22 September 1999 dengan latar belakang dari kesadaran akan degradasi lingkungan yang semakin memburuk. Hal ini sebagai jawaban atas permasalahan lingkungan untuk menciptakan insinyur yang memiliki kemampuan pengelolaan lingkungan secara berkelanjutan. Saat ini, jurusan Teknik Lingkungan UII hadir dalam 2 program studi, yaitu Program Studi Sarjana Teknik Lingkungan dan Program Studi Magister Teknik Lingkungan yang telah diakui dalam skala nasional maupun internasional. Fasilitas canggih dan staf pengajar ahli di jurusan Teknik Lingkungan memastikan bahwa mahasiswa menerima pendidikan yang mutakhir dan dipersiapkan untuk menjadi pemimpin di bidang teknik lingkungan.
Untuk mendukung karir internasional mahasiswa, Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan UII telah menjalin kemitraan dengan berbagai institusi baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Mobilitas internasional yang dapat diikuti oleh mahasiswa FCEP mencakup student exchange, double degree, international short course, dan berbagai program internasional lainnya. Kolaborasi ini memberikan kesempatan berharga bagi para mahasiswa FCEP untuk mendapatkan pengalaman dan wawasan secara global guna meningkatkan pendidikan dan pengembangan kemampuan profesional.
Bergabunglah dengan kami di Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan Universitas Islam Indonesia, tempat di mana inovasi dan tradisi berjalan seiring untuk membentuk masa depan yang lebih baik.
Bagaimana jika kamu dapat menjadi bagian dari masa depan? Ikut menjelajahi Meta Mesta. Merasakan mimpimu jadi nyata di kampus pionir pendidikan tinggi di Indonesia. Memastikan potensi dan mimpimu dilukis di kanvas yang tepat. Untuk mengeksplorasi ilmu pengetahuan dan menikmati petualangan kolaborasi bersama ilmuwan dunia. Menjadi tempatmu mendalami disiplin ilmu pilihan dalam komitmen kebangsaan dan keislaman. Untuk berinovasi dan memberikan sumbangsi bagi kemajuan negeri. Perjalanan mimpi menjadi begitu menarik, meskipun kadang turun naik. Namun di tempat yang tepat, mimpi dan cita-citamu dipupuk dan dirawat, menjadi fasad bagi ide-ide besar untuk mendesain masa depan. Setiap orang memulai dari masing-masing titik. Dan di Universitas Islam Indonesia, kamu akan temukan jalan yang terbaik.
In the era of ever-evolving technology and infrastructure, we need an academic atmosphere that is attractive, amanah, terampil, kompeten, adaptif, inovatif, and shaped by a strong understanding of disaster awareness. An academic environment that allows you to explore new perspectives, to think critically, in a conductive space, while building noble character based on Islamic values. The Department of Civil Engineering at Universitas Islam Indonesia, UII, is committed to advancing the application of science and technology in a sustainable, excellent, and globally recognized way, all within an Islamic academic environment. With the implementation of an international standard education system, the UII Civil Engineering Study Program has achieved international accreditation from Japan Accreditation Board of Engineering Education, JABE, and IAB, as well as excellent accreditation from LAMTechnik. The Master's Program in Civil Engineering at UII, accredited as excellent by LAMTechnik, is here to meet the demand for advanced expertise in the world of construction and infrastructure, with an integrative academic approach, interdisciplinary, applicable research, and strong ties to professional networks. Our master's graduates go beyond solving problems. The doctoral program in civil engineering at UII promotes value-based innovation, encouraging research that tackles complex societal issues through inter, multi, and transdisciplinary approaches. Academic facilities and infrastructure serve as one of the key foundations in building a strong academic environment. For this reason, the Department of Civil Engineering at UII is committed to ongoing improvement and sustainable development. A one-stop service center is available to provide easy access to information and administration. Classrooms are designed to be modern and conducive, encouraging interaction and an active learning experience. We believe that quality education is built through a holistic environment, intellectually, socially, and spiritually. Student accomplishments are supported by a consistent culture of achievement, not as an end goal, but the first step toward real contribution. The Student Exchange Program is part of our commitment to cross-border learning with real and lasting impact. Through partnerships with international universities, students don't just study in new places. They bring academic values they've gained at UII into global conversations. We provide space for students to explore and create scientific works focused on sustainable science and technology, serving as reflection of their understanding and capabilities in their field and contributing to national progress and development. Now, turning your dream into reality is no longer a question. It's a certainty. We offer education within a strong academic atmosphere while contributing to the sustainable application of science and technology in civil engineering, with a disaster-conscious perspective grounded in both national and Islamic values. Because we're not just building structures, we're delivering solutions that improve life in the present and life in the future.
Yogyakarta merupakan daerah istimewa di mana budaya, pengetahuan, dan kekayaan alam saling bersanding dalam harmoni. daerah yang penuh akan nilai sejarah dan peradaban panjang, berkembang dan membentuk suatu ciri khas yang tiada duanya. Di tengah daerah yang kaya akan nilai sejarah dan budaya ini, berdiri Universitas Islam Indonesia.
Universitas Islam Indonesia sebagai pionir pendidikan tinggi nasional didirikan pada tanggal 27 Rajab 1364 Hijriah. Kampus UII didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Islam atau STI di Jakarta yang lahir dari cita-cita luhur para tokoh nasional Indonesia.
Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan Universitas Islam Indonesia didirikan pada tanggal 12 Oktober 1964 dengan nama Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan memiliki satu program studi, yaitu Program Studi Teknik Sipil. Kini, Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan telah berkembang menjadi 3 jurusan, Teknik Sipil, Arsitektur, dan Teknik Lingkungan dengan berbagai program studi. Setiap jurusan didedikasikan untuk menyediakan pendidikan yang mutakhir dan mengembangkan solusi inovatif untuk tantangan modernisasi.
Jurusan Teknik Sipil UII didirikan pada 12 Oktober 1964 dengan pengalaman dan sejarah yang panjang. Jurusan Teknik Sipil UII hadir dengan 3 program studi yang telah mendapatkan rekognisi nasional maupun internasional. Dengan atmosfer akademik yang kuat dan kondusif, memungkinkan proses pembelajaran secara intensif dalam pemecahan masalah keteknik sipilan serta keterampilan berkomunikasi. Jurusan Teknik Sipil UII menyediakan fasilitas berbagai laboratorium penunjang studi mahasiswa sebagai sarana mewujudkan lulusan di bidang rekayasa sipil yang unggul dan inovatif. Adanya program internasional menunjukkan tekad kuat jurusan Teknik Sipil UII yang siap bersaing dalam skala nasional maupun global.
Jurusan Arsitektur UII didirikan pada tahun 1987 dan telah berkembang menjadi salah satu kampus arsitektur terkemuka di Indonesia. Arsitektur UII menawarkan program pendidikan berkualitas tinggi yang telah terakreditasi unggul secara nasional dan diakui secara internasional. Jurusan Arsitektur UII didukung oleh fasilitas laboratorium yang lengkap serta lingkungan belajar yang inspiratif untuk mendorong mahasiswa dalam merancang secara kreatif, memecahkan permasalahan, dan tumbuh menjadi arsitek yang peduli pada keberlanjutan dan perubahan sosial. Kehadiran program internasional semakin menegaskan komitmen arsitektur UII untuk mempersiapkan lulusan yang tidak hanya kompeten secara nasional, tetapi juga mampu bersaing dan beradaptasi di kancah internasional.
Teknik Lingkungan UII didirikan pada 22 September 1999 dengan latar belakang dari kesadaran akan degradasi lingkungan yang semakin memburuk. Hal ini sebagai jawaban atas permasalahan lingkungan untuk menciptakan insinyur yang memiliki kemampuan pengelolaan lingkungan secara berkelanjutan. Saat ini, jurusan Teknik Lingkungan UII hadir dalam 2 program studi, yaitu Program Studi Sarjana Teknik Lingkungan dan Program Studi Magister Teknik Lingkungan yang telah diakui dalam skala nasional maupun internasional. Fasilitas canggih dan staf pengajar ahli di jurusan Teknik Lingkungan memastikan bahwa mahasiswa menerima pendidikan yang mutakhir dan dipersiapkan untuk menjadi pemimpin di bidang teknik lingkungan.
Untuk mendukung karir internasional mahasiswa, Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan UII telah menjalin kemitraan dengan berbagai institusi baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Mobilitas internasional yang dapat diikuti oleh mahasiswa FCEP mencakup student exchange, double degree, international short course, dan berbagai program internasional lainnya. Kolaborasi ini memberikan kesempatan berharga bagi para mahasiswa FCEP untuk mendapatkan pengalaman dan wawasan secara global guna meningkatkan pendidikan dan pengembangan kemampuan profesional.
Bergabunglah dengan kami di Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan Universitas Islam Indonesia, tempat di mana inovasi dan tradisi berjalan seiring untuk membentuk masa depan yang lebih baik.
Bagaimana jika kamu dapat menjadi bagian dari masa depan? Ikut menjelajahi Meta Mesta. Merasakan mimpimu jadi nyata di kampus pionir pendidikan tinggi di Indonesia. Memastikan potensi dan mimpimu dilukis di kanvas yang tepat. Untuk mengeksplorasi ilmu pengetahuan dan menikmati petualangan kolaborasi bersama ilmuwan dunia. Menjadi tempatmu mendalami disiplin ilmu pilihan dalam komitmen kebangsaan dan keislaman. Untuk berinovasi dan memberikan sumbangsi bagi kemajuan negeri. Perjalanan mimpi menjadi begitu menarik, meskipun kadang turun naik. Namun di tempat yang tepat, mimpi dan cita-citamu dipupuk dan dirawat, menjadi fasad bagi ide-ide besar untuk mendesain masa depan. Setiap orang memulai dari masing-masing titik. Dan di Universitas Islam Indonesia, kamu akan temukan jalan yang terbaik.
In the era of ever-evolving technology and infrastructure, we need an academic atmosphere that is attractive, amanah, terampil, kompeten, adaptif, inovatif, and shaped by a strong understanding of disaster awareness. An academic environment that allows you to explore new perspectives, to think critically, in a conductive space, while building noble character based on Islamic values. The Department of Civil Engineering at Universitas Islam Indonesia, UII, is committed to advancing the application of science and technology in a sustainable, excellent, and globally recognized way, all within an Islamic academic environment. With the implementation of an international standard education system, the UII Civil Engineering Study Program has achieved international accreditation from Japan Accreditation Board of Engineering Education, JABE, and IAB, as well as excellent accreditation from LAMTechnik. The Master's Program in Civil Engineering at UII, accredited as excellent by LAMTechnik, is here to meet the demand for advanced expertise in the world of construction and infrastructure. With an integrative academic approach, interdisciplinary, applicable research, and strong ties to professional networks, our master's graduates go beyond solving problems. The doctoral program in civil engineering at UII promotes value-based innovation, encouraging research that tackles complex societal issues through multi, and transdisciplinary approaches. Academic facilities and infrastructure serve as one of the key foundations in building a strong academic environment. For this reason, the Department of Civil Engineering at UII is committed to ongoing improvement and sustainable development. A one-stop service center is available to provide easy access to information and administration. Classrooms are designed to be modern and conducive, encouraging interaction and an active learning experience. We believe that quality education is built through a holistic environment, intellectually, socially, and spiritually. Student accomplishments are supported by a consistent culture of achievement, not as an end goal, but the first step toward real contribution. The Student Exchange Program is part of our commitment to cross-border learning with real and lasting impact. Through partnerships with international universities, students don't just study in new places. They bring academic values they've gained at UII into global conversations. We provide space for students to explore and create scientific works focused on sustainable science and technology, serving as reflection of their understanding and capabilities in their field and contributing to national progress and development. Now, turning your dream into reality is no longer a question, it's a certainty. We offer education within a strong academic atmosphere while contributing to the sustainable application of science and technology in civil engineering, with a disaster-conscious perspective grounded in both national and Islamic values. Because we're not just building structures, we're delivering solutions that improve life in the present and life in the future.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start our conference today. So as we wait for more attendees to join, please make sure your Zoom name follows the required format and keep your microphone muted unless invited to speak. And we wish you an excellent online experience throughout the ICSBE 2025. So before we begin, we also want to thank all of our official partners of ICSBE 2025, College of Social Science, University of Hawaii at Manoa, School of Communication and Information, Matsunaga Institute, National Research and Innovation Agency, UNESCO Indonesia, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sorong, Universitas Islam Malang, Universitas Malikut Saleh Aceh, Universitas Halu Oleo, Universitas 11 Maret, and Universitas Nusa Cendana. Thank you for your continued support and collaboration. We'll start the event in 1 minute. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Director of Universitas Islam Indonesia, Dean of Faculty of Civil Engineering and Planning, Universitas Islam Indonesia, Chairman of the Innovation Limnology Society and Indonesia's National Research and Innovation Agency, keynote speakers, invited speakers, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the webinar of the International Conference on Sustainable Built Environment, ICSBE 2025, hosted by the Faculty of Civil Engineering and Planning, Universitas Islam Indonesia. To begin our event with blessings, now we will listen to the recitation of the Holy Quran. We kindly invite the reciter to proceed.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa idza qila lahum لا تفسدوا قالوا إنما نحن مصلحون ألا إنهم هم المفسدون ولكن لا يشعرون وإذا قيل لهم آمنوا كما آمن الناس قالوا أنؤمن كما آمن السفهاء ألا إنهم هم السفهاء ألا إنهم هم السفهاء ولكن لا يعلمون صدق الله العظيم Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the beautiful recitation of the Holy Quran. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now join together in honoring our nation through the national anthem Indonesia Raya, continued by the hymn of Universitas Islam Indonesia. Please remain attentive as the anthem is going to be played. Thank you. It is my honor now to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Civil Engineering and Planning, Universitas Islam Indonesia, Professor Dr. Ing. Architect Ilya F. Maharika, M.A. EIE, to deliver his opening remarks. Prof. Ilya, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Heman Felani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May God bless us in the name of God, the most gracious and the most merciful. Welcome to the ICSBE 8th 2025 International Conference on Sustainable Built Environment. Distinguished guests, esteemed researcher and practitioner, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to specifically mention Dr. Fajar Setiawan, Chairman of Indonesian Limnology Society from the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN, and also our distinguished speakers, Professor Ramli Nazir from UTM and Professor Nyoman Nepi from Gadjah University. We also mentioned representative of our co-host in this moment from University Halu Oleo, Universitas Islam Malang, Muhammadiyah, Universitas Negeri 11 Maret, Universitas Nusa Cendana, and Universitas Muhammadiyah Sorong, as well as Universitas Malikus Saleh Aceh. We do hope that all of you are in a very good shape and also healthy. I would like to mention also our overseas partners from University of Hawaii at Manoa, and also the School of Communication and Information Matsunaga Institute. And also the UNESCO Indonesia, which support our past workshop on local ecological knowledge on ecological water management, as well as the Association of Sanitation and Environmental Engineering Expert, or IATP. Ladies and gentlemen, the dear participants, our theme today is highly relevant, not only because it explores the stories, theories, practices, and on sustainability, but also it highlights the critical importance of societal resilience in the face of real and pressing crisis, or anthropogenic, or some may say as anthropogenic disasters, from wars to deforestation that cause massive flood, such as in Sumatra. We pray all of the victims can be relieved soon. Sustainability should not be understood solely as a single globalistic narrative, such as sustainable development goals or green building or such, or with all of these international apparatuses. Sustainability needs to be understood as well as a diversity of perspectives, stories, practices, and experiences, both from the past, wisdom of the past, or a specific location, Kinius Loshi. Through this conference, we call, say for instance, as a movement, to build a vernacularizing sustainability network. So we invite all of you, all of the participants, together to develop this network. This network is expected to gather this diversity and becomes a publicly accessible catalog, or say a series of books, helping build resilience and provide contextual meaning to sustainability. Unlike the previous 7 series of ICSBE, this 8th series is delivered as a series of webinars, workshops, and discussion, and also book writing. In this occasion, we have at least 7 overseas participants from Okayama University, Japan, University Teknologi, Malaysia, Mother Teresa College of Engineering and Technology from India, Khalid Salingam, Academy of Research and Education, India as well, Sri Vidya College from Tamil Nadu, India as well, from Turkey, Sultan Fatih Sultan Mehmet University, and also from the University of Florida, USA. We also have at least 15 Indonesian institutions, both public and non-governmental entities. We thank for your presence here. And we have also participants from more than 40 different universities across Indonesia. It's very nice to have all of you here. The theme, the vernacularizing sustainability, responds to this growing need for a sustainable approach that are rooted in local wisdom or cultural heritage or contextual technologies, especially in the global south. And we invite reflection and innovation that bridge this tradition and modernity, highlighting how the vernacular knowledge can inform sustainable futures. We also see that sustainability has a weak link, namely the relationship between academician and the politician, which is often described as a fragile due to the fundamental differences in our cultures. These disparities often lead to mutual distrust and communication gap, hindering the effective integration into research, into public policy. We may see this many examples of quote-unquote greenwashing policies, which are now being exposed by the recent tragedy in Sumatra, for instance. Even this gap is widening in the current post-truth era, where the role of science has been weakened in many public institutions and is often discredited in favor of vested and finance interests. It is also increasingly difficult for policymakers to navigate the growing quantity and variety of scholarly research and evaluate its validity. So vice versa, we have this kind of gaps of or distrust culture. We do really hope and invite all of you to participate in the writing of this series of book on vernacularizing sustainability. We also hope that this book will be one of the ways to increase the connection of science meet politician or science meet parliaments, which may comprises like a public policy communication into academic training, or vice versa, establishing science literacy opportunities for parliamentarians and extend science meet parliamentarians to other level of government. Thank you. This is the big dreams, and we do really hope that in this anthropocenic era, we can do better. Thank you, and we will meet again in other webinars, maybe hold by our co-host in the 2026. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Professor Ilya, for the inspiring message. And again, our prayer goes to all of the victims of disaster in Sumatra and many other parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Next, we are pleased to welcome the chairman of the Indonesian Limnology Society and the representative of the National Research and Innovation Agency, Dr. Fajar Setiawan, M.Sc, to deliver his speech. Dr. Fajar, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, Dr. Fajar, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. Respected Dean of the Faculty of Civil Engineering and Planning, Universitas Islam of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Ilya Fajar Maharika, esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Insinyur Dr. Ramli Nazir, Nyoman Nepi Marleni, and distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, colleagues, and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. It is an honor for me as the head of the Indonesian Society of Limnology, MLE, to join you today at the 8th International Conference on Sustainable Built Environment 2025. Before we move forward, I would like to express my deepest condolence for the recent tragedy in Aceh, North Sumatra, and also West Sumatra. Our hearts go out to all families and communities affected by this devastating event. May they find strength, comfort, and resilience during this difficult time, and may we continue to support one another with compassion and solidarity. It is an honor for me as the head of the Society of Limnology to join you today. Secondly, I extend my sincere appreciation to Universitas Islam Indonesia and the entire organizing committee from the Faculty of Civil Engineering and Planning. Thank you for bringing us together in this important forum. This year, the theme is the Vernacularizing Sustainability. Stories of ideas, space, and technology carries a powerful message. As we know that sustainability must not only be global, it must be local. It must grow from community wisdom, cultural heritage, and contextual technology, whether in the global south or in the global north. Throughout this year, Indonesian Society for Limnology MLE, National Research and Innovation Agency BRIN, UNESCO, and Universitas Islam Indonesia (UI) have formed a meaningful collaboration. A collaborative effort dedicated to exploring, sharing, and disseminating knowledge on sustainability and environmental change. Last August, during the Local Ecological Knowledge 2025 workshop, we explored closely related value. There, we learned how to integrating eco-hydrology with local ecological knowledge, LEK, to strengthen sustainable, equitable, and community-based water resources management. And that workshop reminded us something very important. Local knowledge is not outdated. It is a powerful asset that promotes collaboration, community capacity building, and cultural respect, all essential foundation for effective conservation. As we reflect on cultural-based sustainability, I'm reminded of a timeless Japanese philosophy, Hamamayu Hayuning Bawono. It's beautifully articulated into a scientific framework by Professor Widodo from Universitas Islam Indonesia also. This philosophy teaches us our noble duty to beautify, preserve, and protect the world, not only for ourselves today, but for generations to come. This principle aligns perfectly with today's theme. It tells us caring the environment is not only technical, it is deeply cultural, rooted in harmony, balance, and collective responsibility. The global challenge we face today, as mentioned also from Professor Ilya Maharika, climate change, rapid urbanization, biodiversity loss are far too complex for one-size-fits-all solution. We need approach that respect place, memory, and identity, and local tradition, including Hamumayu Hayuning Bawono, offer meaningful guidance. And here today, we gather in Yogyakarta, a city known for its culture and education, the perfect setting for our conference today in ICSBE 2025. May this conference be a space where science meets culture, technology meets tradition, and global perspective learn from local wisdom. I hope that the insight from our keynote speakers, as well as the discussion, presentation, and exchange over the next few days will inspire the new frameworks, the new collaboration, and the new practice approach that advance sustainability while honoring our cultural responsibility to maintain the beauty and the balance of the world. So I really hope that this event be meaningful, inspiring, and impactful for all of us, for society, and for the environment. Thank you. Have a nice conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Fajar, for your valuable remarks and insightful sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, by the speech from Dr. Fajar and also our Dean, Professor Ilya, it marks also the beginning of our webinar, ICSBE 2025, and also the closing of the welcoming or the opening ceremony. Now, I would like to invite everyone to kindly turn on your camera whenever possible, because we're going to do a virtual group photo sessions. So please kindly, whenever possible, turn on your camera, and we're going to do photo sessions, virtual photo sessions, and it will be guided by the operator. Okay, operator, are you ready for the photo sessions? Yeah. Okay, operator is ready. We start with the first slide. Okay, please don't forget, we need to keep smiling. We know that now we have disaster in Sumatra, and everywhere we pray for our brothers and sisters, but don't forget to make them smile too, and by giving our smile to the world. Okay, first slide, 1, 2, 3. Okay, operator, done. And then the second slide, 1, 2, 3. The third slide, 1, 2, 3. The fourth slide, 1, 2, 3. The fifth slide, 1, 2, 3. Last but not least, slide 6, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us in the opening ceremony for the ICSBE 2025, our webinar sessions. Now we would like to move to our plenary sessions, and for these plenary sessions, I would like to invite our very special moderator. And here with me now, we already have our moderator. We go to the main academic portion of today's webinar. It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session, Dr. Adityawan Sigit, STMT, Ph.D. Dr. Adit, are you with us? Morning, Dr. Adit. Can you check? Okay. Okay, Dr. Adit is with me. Okay. Let me first read you a brief CV of our moderator. Dr. Adityawan is a civil engineer scholar and lecturer at Universitas Islam Indonesia, specializing in construction management and disaster risk reduction. He completed his PhD in engineering at Gifu University, Japan, supported by strong interdisciplinary research experience and professional background in planning, consultancy, and construction. He has published widely on flood risk assessment, socioeconomic vulnerability, and sustainable infrastructure. And he has served in various scientific forums, including ICSBE as presenter, organizer, and moderator. His leadership experience also includes serving as a vice chair of the Indonesian Student Association in Gifu, Japan. We thank Dr. Adityawan for leading today's knowledge sharings. Sir, the session is now fully yours. Yes, Dr. Adit? Okay, we have time until 11:20, including presentation and Q&A. Please, Dr. Adit.
Check.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Dr. Adit.
Check. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
I hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the warm welcome from Dr. Herman as the MC at this event. Okay, let's try. Let's begin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished speakers, respected participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th International Conference on Sustainable Built Environment with the theme Vernacularizing Sustainability, Stories of Ideas, Spaces, and Technologies. Let me introduce myself. My name is Adityawan Sikit, and it is an honor for me to serve as the moderator for this insightful session today. Before we begin, allow me to express deepest condolences for the tragic disaster that has struck Sumatra. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and all communities affected. May they be granted strength, resilience, and recovery in these days ahead. In this conference invites us to rethink how sustainability emerges, not only from global works, but also from local wisdom, place-based strategies, and context-driven innovations, ideas that deeply align with our speakers' expertise today. Today, we are privileged to have two distinguished speakers who will share their perspectives on geotechnical sustainability and disaster-resilient water management. For the first, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce our first distinguished speaker, Professor Insinyur Dr. Ramli Nazir. Present, Professor.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. The Professor Insinyur Dr. Ramli Nazir, he is professor at Geotechnical and Transportation Department, University Teknologi Malaysia, UTM. Professor Ramli has been serving at UTM since 1989 with an academic and professional career spanning more than 34 years. He obtained his bachelor degree in civil engineering from UTM and later completed his Ph.D. in geotechnical engineering at the University of Liverpool, United Kingdom in 1994. Throughout his distinguished career, Professor Ramli has made significant contributions to ground improvement, foundation engineering, and geotechnical forensics, and has published more than 200 scientific papers and conference works. He is also a highly respected international speaker, having delivered over 75 keynote addresses at major conferences around the world. Beyond academia, he is a registered professional engineer, private sector infrastructure projects. He currently serves as a distinguished fellow at UTM's Tropical Geoengineering Center, and also as an adjunct professor at Universitas Kristen Parahyangan in Bandung, Indonesia. Professor Ramli's dedication to advancing geotechnical engineering has made him one of the most respected figures in the field across Southeast Asia. Today, he will present a talk titled Designing Where We Stand, Site-Specific Geotechnics for Sustainable Development Goals. Professor Ramli, the screen is...
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for the kind introduction. So today I would like to share some of my thoughts throughout my engineering practice, which has been for over past 30 years. So I would like to share my presentation for today. Okay. All right. So this my presentation for today. So hope we have some time to look into the presentation. So good morning, distinguished colleagues, regulators, industry partners, and fellow researchers. Today, I invite you to consider a fundamental shift in how we practice geotechnical engineering. Our design must begin with the specific site, not with the catalog or standard solutions. So the price of one size fits all has become clear, high carbon, higher cost and avoidable long-term performance issues when local context is ignored. So our team designing where we stand reframes sustainability as disciplined engineering practice, where performance, planet, and people are treated as measurables, defensibles, design outcome. So let's begin the presentation. Now, on the topic of designing where we stand site-specific geotechniques for sustainable and development goals, so this, in fact, turning sustainability into discipline engineering practice. So my presentation outline, we have 7 parts, whereby the first part is looking at the problems, where we see the disconnection between the design and the practice. And then we look into the philosophy of the design, starting with the site, where we have the methodology in interpreting the ground truths and the toolkits for practical, local, and innovative solutions that we have. And also, we need to have some proof where we compare our conventional and site-specific. And also, in part 6, we have the framework from the pilot to policy, whereas it means that we have a policy making in the engineering sustainability. And finally, we will conclude my presentation in looking at our role in this practice. So in part 1, where we have a problem of the disconnection between the design and the practice. So in this case, the main thing is that how are we going to promote the fundamental shift of our geotechnical design? Right. So most in our design, what we call as a one size fits all. So it means that we are looking into the textbook and we are looking into code of practice, whereby the code of practice is normally, as we can say, is a manual for us to start with in our geotechnical engineering design. But the problem is that in some code of practice or the practical side of the practice or the specification, it might not be suitable with our site, contain what we call as the one size fits all. So within the tropical and the subtropical site, we have 2 different behaviors or 2 different attitudes of the soil, whereby when we need to do a design, we have to begin with the specific site. Especially in Indonesia, when we see that a lot of materials or the soil materials is what we call as a non-textbook material. So that needs some innovative and also needs some adjustment in the design. And we cannot use a concept of one size fits all for our engineering to create a solution which is impossible for us to manage the situation. So in this case, the problem with the conventional options is that most of the conventional or one size fits all is really rely on high carbon materials, imported solution, and a failure that to integrate between the local context. Right. So in the integration of the local context, which is very important for us to sustain our design and also our construction, especially in the geotechnical side. So for the conventional option, so normally it leads to the high life carbon emissions, right? We have a very high cost because of the imported solution, imported materials, and so on. And then we have a poor long-term serviceability, right? So in terms of the maintenance and so on. And also we have a disconnection from local community needs. So sometimes the solution might interrupt with the lifestyle or with the life of the local community. So in our global challenges, where do we work? So our focus on high risk, high complexity environments where conventional methods fall short. So we use some examples on the soft soil corridors, on the hazard-prone slopes, on the area of coastal subsidence, and also on the hillside settlement. So these are some of the studies example that we look into the global challenges on where we start our geotechnical works. So the case study region, we choose our region, which is Southeast Asia. So we focus on the soft soil corridors and hard-prone slopes. So in this case, the challenges is that due to the rapid development and then due to the tropical weather behaviors such as high rainfalls, the seismic risk, vulnerable population, we look into the challenges on how are we going to design in the soft soil corridors and the hazard-prone slopes to obtain a sustainable design for the geotechnical engineering for the benefit of our populations. And for the coastal subsidence, we focus on the worldwide coastal subsidence. So this is the challenges that we have in the coastal subsidence. We have, because of the tropic weather or the tropic behavior, we have a sea level rise, we have groundwater extraction, especially in Semarang, we have a groundwater extraction, and then we have soil consolidation. Okay, some soil consolidation process, that's something that we ought to share with, because this is something that we found out that for the soil consolidation is not only about the normal consolidate or over consolidate soil, but we found out that there is another one terms in tropical region which is merely quite a good thing that we need to do some research on, is the under consolidate soil, or we call it as a consolidating soil, and how to treat to the urban infrastructures. Where the global challenges three, which is hillside settlement, we focus on the worldwide hill settlement. So this is the challenges in the landslide risk, the informal construction, and also the need for the community-led stabilization. So we have all these risks of failures that occurs, which is merely common in our Southeast Asia region. So in our philosophy of design, the most important thing is that how do we start our design? So normally, if we go to the one fit for all stage of design, so the most significant things is that we did study on our properties of the soil. Okay? So properties of soil, so the methods of the properties, and also we depends on the code of practice and so on. But in this case, our philosophy is starting with the site. Okay, so we understand the site, we know the history of the site, we know what happens to the site, and what are the something which has been which happened to the site. Okay, the history of the disasters of the site. Now, in site-specific geotechnics, or the new philosophy of the geotechnics design, is that we integrate the three elements in our design, which is the site-specific investigation, and then we need to have our locally sourced materials, and also we need to have our bio-mediated ground improvement. So these are three integration of the key elements for our site-specific design. Now, our overall game is that our overall goals is that to deliver the reliable performance while supporting sustainability within the local communities. So there is no such thing as a choice. It's either or, but between the performance and the sustainability, so both are imperative. So it's very important to look into the performance and also to look into the sustainability of the design. So that is the main goal. So in the first goal is that delivery, the reliable performance. So in engineering, has mentioned by, I can't remember. So in engineering, it's not about the calculation, it's about the judgment, how we judge our design. So in how we judge our design is not about calculating mathematically, it's not about the numbers, it's about how reliable the design is. Okay, so how you justify your design. So this is a non-negotiable. So our solution, it must meet and exceed the technical standards, which includes the target for the factor of safety and also to ensure the long-term stability, the long-term serviceability. So we don't have any problem with the stability because in most of the design, the stability is taken care of in ultimate limit state. So we have our factor of safety to target between 3 to 6 for geotechnical, which is quite high because of the uncertainties. And also we need to ensure that the serviceability is reliable. So in this case, we are looking into the strain or the settlement issues of the serviceability. Now, the second goal is to support the sustainability, which is also known as the technical metrics. So this is where we measure by the life carbon emission. So in this case, the currency of the sustainability is carbon, right? So we have our currency, ringgit Malaysia. In Malaysia, we have rupiah in Indonesia. But for sustainability in the whole world, our currency is carbon. So how we emit the carbon. So the more carbon emit, the less sustainability will be our design. So how we reduce our resource by depleting, by using our local materials, all right? So we measure by our local material, our natural resources. So if we have surplus of natural resources, then we might say that our design will be much sustainability. So in this case, as an example, we have a bamboo materials to be used in geotechnical design. So some might say it is not sustainable because we might lose a lot of bamboo. But one have to bear in mind that bamboo is the most fastest plant that can grow on earth. So it can grow about 3 centimeter per day. Right? So that is the unique about bamboo. So there's no such thing as we are depleting the materials or the local materials in our area. So another thing is that we employ low carbon binders and also the mediated methods. So these are the supports for the sustainability. And another thing is that local communities is our natural resources, right? So people who live in the region where we have a lot of geotechnical problems. So they are the natural resources because they know the history of the area, especially like in Sulawesi. We have a problem with Naludo or liquefaction. So they have the history of Naludo. But the problem is that they don't have any knowledge about the liquefaction. So this is something that we need to make geotechnic as a social practice. So we do this by integrating community knowledge into the design. We give them the knowledge, we give them lesson, or we give them any practical experience when they have when they know the history about the disasters within the area. So in this case, we can create the economic opportunities with locally sourced materials. So by empowering the local through community-led projects, so this will help to support the local communities apart from creating the economic opportunities, and also they can have some participation in the disasters management. So that is the third goal. So the triple bottom line of our approach is that we look into the performance, we look into the planet, and we look into the people. So the performance is about the reliable, about the safety, and also about the serviceability of the design. And also in the planet-wise or in the environmental impact-wise, we look into the low life cycle carbons, and also we use of the renewable materials. So for the peoples of the region, we have a community knowledge, we have a local empowerment, and also we have lower costs. So these are the triple bottom lines of the approach in maintaining or in sustaining the geotechnical practices. Now, to achieve, this is another issue. So what is the transition? How do we achieve this, right? From practice or from the theory to the practice of the sustainability. So the first thing is that it start with a new way of seeing the site. So how we look at the site, how we appreciate the site, and how we are going to encounter with any possibilities of disasters on the site. So I can say that in Indonesia, it's a museum of disasters. So we have so many disasters in Indonesia that we can learn. So take that as an opportunity, not take that as a problems, but it is an opportunity for us to learn, for us to know, then how we can transit our knowledge or our history into the knowledge of the area. So that is the best, where we can be our own heroes and we can be our own doctors to what we call has to medicate our problems. Now, the methodologies of how we transit our knowledge from theory to practice is that the methodology is the interpreting of the ground truths. So Saul will speak the truth. Saul will speak the truth from interpreting, but humans not, because of some issues, political, economical, and something that. So sometimes they hide some of the disasters. So they might afraid that there will be no investors to come into the region. So before we design, we must interpret. Okay. So you need to have a knowledge to interpret. So without a knowledge, you cannot interpret, because interpretation is about facts and data. We call it as DATA, data. That is very important for us to interpret. So we can develop a practical solution if we deeply understand the three sources of data, right? So before we do some medications to the problems, we need to interpret, or we need to understand, we need to deeply know what is the problem before we can solve the issues. So interpretation of local geology. So the pillar one is how we interpret the local geology. So how or what is the source stratigraphy and properties? All right. So what are the geological hazard, the faults, the liquefaction zone, and so on? So what are the material provenance? What are the local resources? What are the natural resources that we have that we can use or we can manipulate for our construction or for our development? So this data informs our material selection and risk assessment. So this is the pillar one data, right? So we interpret the local geology, how we understand the local geologies, how we know the local geotechnique. So this is a case where we can do some information on selection of the materials and doing some risk assessment. So pillar two is that how we interpret our hydrogeology. So how the groundwater levels flow. So what is the pore pressure regimes, and also what are the seasonal variation, the monsoon, the dry season, or whatever season that we have. So this is the data that inform on our stability analysis and design of biomediated methods. So like the groundwater levels or the pore pressure region. So we know that this groundwater level and pore pressure region, we do some instrumentation to the site. So we know that the higher the excess pore pressure or the higher the pore pressure will lessen our stability analysis. So this is how we can do some, we need to have this data to do some stability analysis, such as designing the horizontal drains, designing the cut-off drains, or whatsoever that we have for our stability analysis. And the third pillar is that interpreting community knowledge. So they know which slope always slip in the region, and they know where does the water pools. All right. So local name for soil and conditions, such as Naludo or Jatingale. So these are some of the names given because of the natural disasters that occurs in their region, might be 1,000 years ago. So it is being descended to generations. So sometimes they know the name Naludo, but because of the knowledge that they don't have, they don't know why they call it Naludo, and also Jatingale. Why they do not know Jatingale? So it means that the movement of the Jati tree, why it move? So because of the movement of the soil. So this is something that the name give the history of the area. So this is how we interpret the community knowledge. So knowledge of local materials such as bamboo, this bamboo, they know which bamboo is the strongest. They know which bamboo is used for cooking. They know this bamboo is used for foods and so on. So these are the knowledge that we need to know. So this is often the most valuable and most overlooked data set. Okay, so we have that 3 data set, okay, that we need to know prior to our design of sustainability in geotechnique. So I take an example, case study, the value of community college like Cisumdawu Toll Road, which I quite several times involved with Cisumdawu Toll Road. So in the slope stability problem, community mats of small springs overlooked by drilling where they were key to preventing a rotational failure in our stabilization design. So when I visit the Cisumdawu Toll Road, so there's a lot of there's many groundwater exposed. There's many groundwater exposed on the side. All right. So sometimes which is uncontrollable. So on top of the slope, they have a paddy field, or paddy farm. And then we can see that the water level is very high. So some of the water, the surface water flow, which is very fast with the high volume, then it shows that that is the main culprit, or that is the main problems of the slope in Cisumdawu Toll Road. So I'll show you some photo later in my presentation. So the issue of the toll road in Cisumdawu in May 2025. So that is might be after a few failure slope, but in May 2025, a localized route collapse occurred at kilometer 177 in Bojong Totor area, required users to exercise caution. So in this case, we see that kilometer 177 and kilometer 204, they have experienced the landslide and also the ground shift, and this has led to the road damage and also the temporary lane closure or narrowing. So which ongoing road repairs, including excavation and also re-asphalting. Until now, it's still on the repair works because of the movement of the slope. Now, geologically, we can see that in that area, the area in Cisumdawu, so we can see that geologically, it consists of volcanic soil. It consists of volcanic soil, which is expandable soil, and also which is very porous, and also it is overlying by shale and also breccia. So shale and breccia are very sensitive, or we call it as the main killer in geotechnical field. So in this case, we can see a double jeopardy whereby volcanic soil is overlaid by shale and breccia. So both having a problem. So that will be a big problem to us, right? So without understanding the situation, that is quite difficult for us to do some rectification works. So this is the example of the slope where we can see that this is the top layer of the top part of the CBP wall, or what we call as the continuous board pile wall. All right. So this board pile wall, we have 3 layers. So the first layer, the second layer, and at the bottom is the third layer. So what we can see is that there is a movement about 2 meters. So it shows that this board pile, on the top part of the board pile, it broke. It broke halfway. So during the site investigation works which has been done, we have the continuous sample, which is about 50 meters length. The continuous sampling, and we found out that at the height of at the depths of 11 meters and 25 meters, there is a slip failure plane. So it shows that the slip failure planes is between that region. So the CBP wall was constructed, if I'm not mistaken, is about 56 meters, and below is about 28 meters. So what happened is that the new landslide occurs, and it shows that the sliding plane is below, about 45 meters below the ground level. So now the repair works is that they are using a total full casing for the CBP wall to encounter with the slope failures. Now, the problem with this area is that you can see the anchor has been pulled out. No, you know that because of the groundwater is very high. So what happened is that the ground anchor calculated a maximum load of 80 ton, right? A maximum load of 80 ton with a very low groundwater table. But unfortunately, because of the pump, which is not being monitored or being serviced, so the pump does not work. So what happened is that the groundwater level raised up, and from the calculation, it shows that the pore pressure, which is about 120 multiplied by 10, so it's about 130, all right, kilopascal. It's about 130 kilopascal of forces has been exerted on this what we call as the anchor part on the anchor, right? So the problem is that the anchor was pulled out. The anchor was pulled out because it cannot sustain the load of the water pressure. Okay, so this is how you can see that the heaving of this is actually a pile cap. You can see the heaving of the pile caps. And you can see some of the walls, which is constructed on the bore piles, has been cracked and also has moved. Right. So this is, you can see that the nature or the water which exists on site, or the water pressure which exists on site, have a capability of damaging the retaining wall, which is supported by the bore pile. So how excessive the force it is, right? So this is the anchor which has been pulled out. You can see that the anchor beam, how thick the anchor beam, and it's just like a very small, minute things, and that it can move away from the original position. So you can see that the water flow from the surface of the slope. You can see how much water flows. All right, this is the water that flow from the surface, from the slope. See how many or how much water that flow into the drain. So you just imagine that if this water is being blocked, by the wall, and how much it push the wall to the forward of the area. So from this interpretation, so we can innovate, right? So we need to have a lot of ideas to innovate. So once we understand the site, then we can select a new toolkits of the solution. So what are the toolkit of the solution that we can choose or we can innovate to appreciate with our interpretation? So our deep understanding of the hydrology or the geology, hydrogeology, and community college. Now, this allows us to move from conventional or what we call as the one-size-fits-all design. All right. So this famous term calls in the conventional design, one-size-fits-all design. So you design no matter what the problem is, no matter what are the things that occurs. Now we have some standard design. We have some standard procedure for the design. So this is something that we have to move on from the conventional design. So we need to innovate in our design for our area. So the power of collaborations in our design. So we have geology, we have scientific understanding of Earth's processes, we have scientific foundation, we have sound environmental analysis, we have hydrology. So this is where we need some community college, right? So that we can integrate all these geology, scientific foundations, and also hydrogeology. So the toolkits of our design is the practical, the local, and also the innovation solution. So what are the toolkits for the design? So solutions should be practical, proven, and also powerful. Right. So four categories of site-specific. Right. Four categories of site-specific in our solution. So we have the biomediation. So normally we uses microbial methods for substantial environmental benefits. So because our weather is damp, and warm, so it is very good environment for microbials to live or to have what we call as the membiak to give some biomediation. And then we have our community-led stabilization. All right. So integrates locals for significant environmental improvements, and also we have locally sourced materials which involve locals of using sustainable low impacts material. And also we need to have a low carbon binders, right? So this reduces cement dependency with minimal community output, right? So solution ones, we use biomediated improvement. So instead of we using deep mixing, jet grouting, then we use biomediated group improvement. So the purpose of this biomediated group improvement is to improve the ground, right? To increase the stiffness of the ground by injecting elements such as calcium into the soil to cement the soil, okay? To cement the soil. So this is what we call as the microbial methods. So, as I mentioned earlier, if you look into the microbial method, so this is to form or to induce calcite precipitations, right? So, or the calcite or the cements in soil pores. So, in this case, it will cementize the soil. So, we can have a lot of, if we look at in Jakarta or in Indonesia, in fact, we can see a lot of cemented sand, which is not occurs in any other parts of the Southeast Asia. So this cemented sand, the good about cemented sand is that it has high stiffness. So in this case, we can save a lot on foundations, especially rather than using a bore pile for high-rise buildings. So sometimes we can use a diaphragm or the basement, diaphragm basement for the building has a foundation. All right, so why we use this microbial method? So it is low energy, low carbon. This can be injected easily and also excellent for strengthening soft soil and also slopes. So another thing is that for second solution is the community-led stabilization. So this is the top-down engineering projects, right? The community-led slope stabilization. So we empower the local ownerships, and then we use the local knowledge for soft solutions such as bioengineering and also drainage. So for some more sustainable long terms, then community will maintain it. So we give them the empowers to the local ownership for them to do some stabilization works on the especially on the slopes, right? So for low carbon binders, so in fact of using 100% of Portland cement, then we can use low cement binders such as pozzolans and the volcanic ash. We have a rice husk ash, and then we have whatever materials that can be used as a low cement binder, apart from using the local Portland cement. So in this case, we can reduce our life cycle carbon emission drastically. So normally it provide a superior chemical resistance for low carbon binders. So for locally sourced materials, right? So we can, apart from using steel and concrete, we can use bamboo, we can use kenaf, or we can use timber. Kenaf is quite famous in Malaysia. So it's used as part of geofiber, especially for the open channel slope design. So why we use that? So it is renewable, low carbon, high tensile strength. And in fact, if you look at the bamboo, the tensile strength is much, much more higher than the steel. And also we have locally available support local economy, and we have to integrate with community college. So for us to use the bamboo or the kenaf or the timber or whatsoever or the natural materials, so we need to understand the biology of the system or the biology of the materials, right? Bamboo, where do they grow? Where and how can they be used, right? So they grow somewhere in a monsoon region. So it need to be underwater to maintain its strength and so on. So same like kenaf and also like timber. So some timber, sometimes it cannot being soaked in water, so it might get disintegrate and so on. So these are the things that the local source material, especially in our tropical zone, we have a tropical jungle with a lot of materials that can be used as materials for construction. So these are some example of the bamboos, and so the bamboos, and this is kenaf, okay, kenaf tree. So from this, you can have kena fibers, you can have fibromates, or you can use bamboo in our construction. All right, so old versus new toolkit, you can see conventional using retaining walls, steel pile or cement grouting. So for site specific, we can use bamboo reinforced slope, we can use biomediated soil columns, or we can use community built drainage. Okay. So the power of integration is that we do not use one material for a general solution, but normally we have to integrate. Okay, so integrate such as side bamboo pass in soft soil corridor bound with low binder cement and so on. So we have to integrate to see how or to look how they react, okay, with the problems. Okay, how to solve how they solve with the problem. So in transition, so how does it work? Does it work? So in this case, it's not about aspirational. It's not about aspirational, but it's about quantifiable. How you quantify the solution, how you quantify the problem solving. So aspirational is normally is a common perception of nice to have, right? So you can see that, oh, you can use bamboo because it's very nice looking. So is that nice to have? But how you are going to quantify the use of the bamboo? How are you going to measure the bamboo? So such as can we measure with precise number or data, or it just like traditional concrete or steel? So these are something that we have to think about, how to quantify the use of these natural materials. So that is part of the transition of our conventional material into our sustainable materials. So the proof of comparing conventional versus site-specific. Okay, so how we compare? So in this case, we compare the factor of safety, we compare the serviceability, we compare the life carbon emissions, and also we compare the cost. So this will provide the risk and the value assessment. So these are the four metrics that we use to compare our solution with the conventional option using the four key metrics: the safety factors, the serviceability, the life cycle carbon emission, and also the cost of the solution. So in metric 1, we can see the factor of safety. So often we over-design with high steel materials, but for site-specific, we achieve the target factor of safety using or through smarter design, not just stronger materials. So in a result, we can prove equivalent or safety, superior safety. So that is metric 1. So metric 2 is the serviceability. How long does it work? Rigid system like concrete, it can crack or fail under settlement, but site-specific such as reinforced earth or bamboo is more flexible, resilient system that can accommodate the movement. So in this case, we can have a better long-term performance and lower maintenance. How about the carbon emissions? So critical differentiators is that in conventional, we have high carbon emissions such as cement, steel, and also transport. And then for site-specific, we have extremely low carbon emission where we use local materials, we use biomethods, carbon sequencing, bamboo. So this result in the sustainable environment or a clear win for our planet. And finally, this is the main issues, which is cost, whether it is costly or whether it is quite cheap. So conventional normally is cost very high because of the materials, because of the transport, and also heavy machineries. But for site-specific, it is a local material, it's a local labor, and it's less machinery. So definitely it will be at a low cost. So the result is that we can save a lot of money, which can be reinvested in the community. So if we can see that comparison metrics, example, so we have conventional against site-specific, we have safety factor 1.5, so we also have 1.5 meet via design, serviceability is poor, and then we can see that for site-specific, it's excellent, for carbon is high, and we have site-specific carbon is low, and the cost for conventional is high, and also site-specific for conventional, site-specific for cost is quite low. So how do you make this as a new standard, right? So nowadays, if you look at the how we are going to use despite site-specific materials. So the problem is that we don't have it in any code of our practice because we don't initiate to put in our code of practice. So that is a problem because when we do our construction, we need to have a site specification, especially for contract purposes. So we need to use, okay, for this kind of problems, okay, we need to use this type of materials, we need to use geotextile, we need to use, this is a specification of geotextile. So we are bound to that specification. Now we have a local materials, but the problem is that we don't have any site specification for our local materials. We don't have a local, we don't have any local specification for our kanaf. We don't have any local specification for our bamboo, for our design in geotechnical. So that will retard our initiative to do some of the construction using the local material. So what do we do? All right. So it's rather that we are doing as one of experiments rather than the norm. Right. So let's try a bamboo. And without any specification, without any this and that, blah, blah, blah. And then we do some construction using bamboos. So what? So after that construction, okay, is applied. Now that is an experiment. So you don't have any specification for that for us to justify why we must use the bamboo. So our solution is that we need to have to discipline the practice. So we must stop treating this method as alternative engineering, but we need to start treating them as a discipline engineering practices. So we have the proof. So now we need the process. So what's the point of having R&D in our construction, and yet we cannot come up with a single specification for our local materials. So why it always fails? You have a lot of innovation, and I think that our people in our region, they have a lot of innovations because they face disasters almost every day. Okay, they face disasters almost every day. So like now in Indonesia and in Malaysia, we have a problem with flood. We have a problem with flood. In Malaysia also we have a problem with flood, with slope problems and so on. So I think we need to have our local standards for our local materials so that we do not trap with our special exception. So in this case, we can see that our code standard contract are written for conventional options only. So they don't include bamboo, low cement binders, and microbiome method. So our perceived risk, the risk that we see is that without this standard process, the clients, the regulators, and insurers see that these proven methods are risky innovation, making them difficult to be approved. So that's why the innovation fails there. So how do we bridge this gap? So strategy is we need to have a decision framework. We need to have a monitoring and early warning, and also we need a scaling plan. Okay, for decision frameworks, all right. So how it works, we need to have a scorecard that ranks option based on 4 metrics: safety, stability, carbon, and cost. So plus the community input. And then monitoring and early warning. So example, we need to have some piezometer, tilt meter, crucially community-led monitoring. Example, we give the knowledge to the community that reports what are the problems that occurs on site. So it can be take action immediately. So we must design pilot project for scaling from day one. So it means that we standardize the method, we document the process, and also we train the local builders. So the great ideas for this pilot project fails because of the policy, right? So the most important thing is that we need to deliberate framework for the scaling up. So policy, this is very important because without any policy, then the pilot project cannot move on. Right? So how from pilot project to policies? So we scale up the pilot project into policies, which engage regulators with our data, we're showing them proof, and then updating building codes to allow bamboo, biometric, etc. So from policy to procurement, so it is useless unless we change it to procurement. So in this procurement, the rules to value the life carbons, life cycle carbons, and local sourcing, not just global tender. So our toolkits, which provide 3 distinct takeaways. which is practical design practice, risk and value assessment tool, a plan to incorporate this into our works. So practical design principle. So one thing is that interpret before we design. Second thing is we source locally. The third thing is we integrate with community. And then the fourth, we work with nature. Right? So these are some of risk and value assessment. We can see a multi-criteria decision framework that compare option which is based on serviceability, life cycle carbon and financial cost, which has already explained earlier. So what is our plan to implement that? The first thing is that start with small scale, right? Never jump into a big scale. Start with small scale, prove that it is worthwhile, and in this case, it is having a cost-benefit analysis of a high cost-benefit analysis. And then in step 2 is that we incorporate monitoring and early warning system to build up the trust. And then for policy level, use our pilot data to influence the procurement. So move from initial low cost to best life cycle value, right? So project level, we start small. How do you integrate? Can I replace? So these are some question and answers. So because of time, I have to move it faster. So step 2, we process level. So critical because trust engineering. So normally data is very important. DATA, data is very important. And then we deploy low cost sensor. We train locals and then create clear communication protocols, the WhatsApp group or local siren to link observation to action. And then the locals are your best early warning system. Train them will build community resilience. So these are the failure due to water infiltration. As I show you earlier just now, you can see that the water flow very fast from with a high volume in this region, which cause the slope to fail most of the time. And then this is one of our projects in Sarawak. And in Sarawak, we can see that some slope movement, this is because of due to water infiltration as well. And because not understanding of the geological formation of the site. Because this formation of the site, we have about 3 meters overburden and the rest is clay shale. Clay shale for the setup formation in the area. And the problem is that we found out that the cracks or the joints of the rocks of the clay shale is parallel with the construction of the road. So it seems that the slope, the road slip along the line or along the alignment of the construction. So policy level, we can see the procurement policy, lowest initial bid to best cycle life, and then start specifying the outcomes and specify safety factors and carbon limits. Right? Rather than we just put, you need to use concrete, you need to do this and that, but you specify the factor of safety and also the carbon limits. So this is the initiative of planting bamboo on the slope. So you can see bamboo has been planted on the slope to eliminate or to reduce the movement of the slope. So our conclusion, the role in this practice is that we have the tool and the proof we can turn sustainability from a vague goal into a disciplined engineering practice. And then we start with the site, interpret the geology, use low carbon and living solutions, and prove the value and change the system. So I tell this is some story. There's some story about the Shimpon construction, which has been done in Melaka. So in Melaka, so they call me to solve the problem where they cannot construct the barn without any stability. So when I came there, so I asked them. This is about 50 acres, 50 acres. So it's about 12 hectares. So previously it was a mangrove. It was a mangrove. We have a lot of mangrove plants over here. So what happened is that they cut off all the mangrove plants and they sell the mangrove, right? So I told them, why do you sell the mangrove? You can use that mangrove as a foundation for this barn rather than you sell it, right? So this is how they did not understand how to use the local products, all right? So you can see that all these bamboo, mangrove, all these mangrove plants, now is being dumped over here. All right. So without any use of this to strengthen the bund of these shrimp ponds, right? And so this is something which is very weird. We have a lot of local resources, but we dare not use to the local resources. Rather than we are using the imported materials, which is the conventional materials, highly carbon. So what happens is that they propose to have a concrete pile on top of this bund. So to stop the bund from sinking, rather than you have a lot of bakau plant over here or mangrove plant over here, you can use as a pile. Then they throw this away or they sell it away and they buy another thing, a concrete pile. So this is very ironic about this kind of construction. Okay, this is the bamboo application in Semarang Demak toll highway, right? So they are building up the bamboo raft so that they can have some workable places. So this is about 5 level of bamboo raft. So this is the local product using bamboo to overcome the under consolidate problems solved in this Semarang Demak region. Right, so you can see the bamboo applications. So we have a lot of data, but we are negligent and have less confidence. So the tropical zone is a museum of disasters, and why we should seek advice from a subtropical zone. Why we should seek advice from people outside our house to advise something that we have a problem in our house. Right. So these are the things that we have to think about. Right. So we have a lot of data, but the thing is that we are very ignorant and we are very negligent with our data. So we don't appreciate our own natural knowledge resources. And the problem is that we tend to engage or pay others from outside to solve our problem. So this is very, very weird, right? So as we conclude, so let's be clear, this is not a call of romanticized green options. So it is a call to engineer them with the same rigor we demand of concrete and steel. So we already know in practical pathway, interpret before we design. So source locally and then integrate community knowledge and work with nature. And because trust in engineering is spelled data, DATA, we must pair this solution with monitor that proves performance and builds institutional confidence. So my invitation is simple. Start with the site, prove the value, and help turn successful pilots into policy. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. It's very extraordinary presentation right there.
Thank you very much.
I took a lot of notes in here. So the first, you have a new philosophy for geotechnics. It's site geotechnics. So there are 3 approaches: site-specific investigations, locally sources materials, and bio-mediated crowd improvement. And I take a note, 3 pillars important that to interpret the condition before we are using a design: interpret local geology, interpret hydrology, and interpret local knowledge. And this is the I'm very what is it called? Very interesting. So actually we have to brief. We have to initiate our own standard. We have to make a research and development to our material, local knowledge. So we need to have a local standard. Yeah, this is an extraordinary revelation. We have local materials, we have excellent local knowledge, but we still use conventional standards. So we must have our own local standards. Actually, Professor, this is also mocking us too, actually. But how long are we going to depend on conventional innovation and technology?
Yes. That's very issue.
Yes, very interesting. From now on, I open for the Gentlemen, we now proceed to the question and answer for the first session. If you have question, please type them in the chat box or please use the raise hand feature, please. Okay, there's one. Okay, is there any question from the participant? Okay, still no. Okay. Okay. Okay, Professor Ilya Fajar Maharika, please, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Nasir. This is very important notion from you. Thank you, and it is exactly what we are looking for in this seminar, and also book writing about this vernacularizing sustainability. I would like to see more, or whether in relation to this policy. Because I think we have, in my experience here in Indonesia, we have a say weak link with the policy. Say, for instance, from perspective of the project owners, like say the government, for instance, they have already rigid system and for the accountability, and innovation is difficult to be judged, and there is also risk of being failed, and then comes to the, say, for instance, like a corruption or whatever. So do you have any experience in convincing the policymakers in this aspect, and or applying this philosophy, or maybe any guidelines that make this possible based on your experience in Malaysia? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Elia, for the question. Good question, Professor Elia. So the keywords, Professor Elia, is accountability.
Yes.
So nobody dares to take the accountabilities, because if we innovate something, there must be some accountability. So especially when we want to do in construction, we are from the same grassroots, Professor Elia. We have the same problems. We have the same problems building up the policies which are a source of innovation in our policy. We talk about innovation every day. We talk in the university about how to innovate, how to think out of the box, how to do this, how to do that. But finally, the policy constrain our innovations, right? The policy is innovation. So I take one example where I wanted to bring a standard practice of site investigation called cone penetration test in Malaysia, because we don't use that in Malaysia at all, because we only use SPT, or the standard penetration test. But the problem with our region is that we have a lot of consolidating soil whereby SPT cannot capture the behavior of the consolidating soil. We need to use the CPT, or the constant penetration test. I bring it for more than 10 years to convince them, to advise them, to explain them, and also giving them lectures about how to use that, so that we can solve the problems of constructing on consolidating soil, because there's a lot of problems, repetitive problems, and because of the same design step, the same methods used, this is the case where it's very difficult for us to convince them. Now, the main thing is that, as what you say, is that the accountability, they don't want to take that as their accountability. So if we introduce something and then they approve that and it fails, so they are going to take that accountability. So that is something that they don't want to do. Now, they have to, I mentioned to them, is that geotechnical is not about success. You does not learn something if you are successing the construction. You need to fail to learn something. All right. So failure means something that we learn, and then we will improve the methods, we will improve whatever design step that we have. Because if we look at all the geotechnical design or all the theoretical in geotechnical design, 90% is from failure. 90% is from failure, right? So from there, they learn and they improvise the methods and so on. So this is something that we need to convince them. So don't think this as an accountability, but think this has a responsibility where you have to overcome the problems, right? So if you don't try it, how do you know that it's going to success? So this is something which I always keep on telling them, how we need to learn from the past, how we need to move forward is something that, like this. So I agree with you, Prof. Ilya. It's very difficult to make this as a policy because of the mindset that they have that is first time right. It means that once you do, it must be correct. So that is impossible. Thank you, Professor Ilya.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. So, yeah, our government has responsibility to be accountable. Yeah, so the people, have the right to demand this from the government. Thank you very much. This is give us to our own government as itself. Thank you very much. Another question.
One more sentence that which
Yes, please,
I forget to tell is that sometimes when there is a mistake, they sweep under the carpet. So nobody knows the mistake. So the mistake keeps on carry on.
Yes,
all the time. That's it.
Yeah, that's I don't know, something not a secret anymore, I think, Professor. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Can I add also?
Yes, Professor, please.
Yeah,
Professor Ilya, there's another question.
I think because we have a print here, I mean the government body for the innovation. Do you think that we need to have some kind of law that covering or maybe protecting the process of innovation, so not be judged as the outlaws? What do you think, Professor?
Yeah, I think you're right, Professor Ilya. Innovation is, I can say that innovation is something which is, what can I say? Is when you are innovative is something which is unreasonable. So sometimes we think that the innovation, we think, oh, this guy is think weirdly to do something which is might not work, but we don't know, we don't test it. People last time said, well, you cannot fly, but now you can fly everywhere. You see, how can human being fly? How can heavy metal fly? So this is something irrational. So I can say that innovation is irrational. There must be some law to protect them if they make failure. So that is a trial. That is a lesson learned rather than penalize them and so on. So this is something that we can say that we need to improve about, and we need to give some respect to innovators rather than looking at their failures, but look at how they think to go out of the box.
Yeah.
Okay, Prof. Ilya.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ilya, Professor Ramli. Very good question and answer. I hope this can get the spirit for all listeners also. Before that, is there any questions? Another question for Professor Ramli? Or you can type your questions, please. Okay, maybe we are waiting for another response or another question. I want to ask Professor something about a little bit. I don't know, is it a big or not, but how about the local languages to interpret the local wisdom or the local knowledge? As you can see, we Indonesian, I don't about this history of Malaysia, but Indonesia has more than 300 or 700 tribes. So more than 300 local languages, and also they have very specific what is it called cultures. So is there any SM question with Professor Ilya? Is there any experience for overcome the problem of the local knowledge?
For me, even though you have more than 3,000 tribes in Indonesia, but I think you have one national language. I think that's the language, especially in Malaysia. But in Malaysia, normally the technical knowledge we use is in English. So we tend to make Malaysian standard where they use our Bahasa Malaysia for the language, but our national language, Bahasa Malaysia, that everybody should understand what it means. But because of you need to go internationally, then we need to have some English language for us to mediate between the community so that it be understandable. So like Indonesia, I don't have any idea about that. But for me, going to Indonesia, going to Indonesia, I know that they speak Indonesian. So bahasa Indonesia. So that would be very easy for me. They don't speak Batak, they don't speak Kaili, or they don't speak Sunda or Javanese. So they speak Indonesian language. So I understand all. So for me, there's no problem at all. But I'm not sure about the local Indonesian, whether they have problems of communicating between tribes or not.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I think there are no boundaries. Actually, we can find we can find solution in local knowledge in our each regions. Okay. Okay. There's another question from Miss Hanindya Artati. Yeah, please, Hanindya. Miss Hanin, screen is yours. Hanin, we cannot hear your microphone. Please open the microphone.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, that is the very inspiring the topics, Prof. Ramli, and how to trying use the local materials wisely, and maintaining the strength of the infrastructure. And that is interesting for me to know more than about the to combine about the hard materials like the concrete materials, steel bar, and others. And this combines with the local wisdom materials like usage is bamboo, maybe with and the others local wisdoms like the sand from the other local wisdom and others. How about to adaptations to prove the strengthness so we can more confidence to use the combines about the local with materials like bamboo with the concrete material, or we mix that with the steel bars, so we can prove the strengthness is can use maybe like for the retaining walls, I think. Thank you, Ms. Prof.
Okay. Okay, Bu Hanin, thank you very much for the question. As I understand, is that how to combine the conventional materials and with the site-specific materials, yeah? Right? So in this case, normally, now one thing is that we have to go away from our problems, or we have to go away from our issue rather than looking at the factor of safety. Now, and also for the strength of materials. Now we have to add something. We have to add what we call as the carbon the carbon the carbon emissions, and also the strength of the combination. So this is where we have to set a standard. We have to set a standard, or we have to set a test to determine what is the strength of our combined material or our integrated material, such as from the conventional with the site specific. So this is something that we don't have. This is something that we don't have. So this is where we start our journey of using, or our journey of making our site specific materials, or our integration of the materials with the policy and the procurement of the standard. So I think we have to start somewhere. So right now it's quite a problem for us to see whether we can use the conventional materials with the local materials, or we can use specific materials at all, because we don't have any specification for that. We don't have any test for that. We don't have any documentation for that. So we need to start that. All right. So where it begins? So it begins from the university, and then it begins to the industry, the collaboration with the industry, and then from there it will make a policy to the government. Okay, Buanen?
Okay.
Yeah.
Please. Okay. I think, is it clear, Miss Hanin?
I think it's enough, Mr. Aditya. There
Okay.
is for me to ask from the university or academics to combine the local wisdom and the material such materials to give confidence and to support the regulations in the local wisdom. Thank you, Mr. Adit and Prof. Ramli.
Yeah, thank you very much. It is there's key points, right? To actually reduction for carbon and try to improve the structural strength itself. So there's two keys. So another, we can take research from here. So it's very insightful thinking. Thank you very much, Professor. Right now we have time. Time has for Professor. Thank you very much for your presentation,
Welcome.
Professor. We are very
Thank you.
honored. We are very honored for your presentation, and we I hope this presentation we can get very insightful thinking, insightful innovation and technology for us to improve. Okay, thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's continue our next part. The second, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our second distinguished speakers, Mrs. Nyoman Nepi Marleni. Is it here?
Yes, I'm here, Pak Aditya.
Okay. Good afternoon, Miss. Okay.
Good afternoon.
First of all, I want to introduce Miss Nyoman Nepi Marleni, engineer, M.Sc, Ph.D, IPM. She's an environmental engineering expert and senior academic at the Department of Environmental Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. Dr. Marleni earned her doctorate in engineering and science from Victoria University, Australia, following a strong academic foundation in environmental and civil engineering. She brings 25 years of professional experience in water supply systems, wastewater management, and a wide range of environment impact and pollution control initiatives. Throughout her career, Dr. Marleni has been deeply involved in research, teaching, and community engagement. She currently serves as the head of the Environmental Infrastructure Engineering Study Program at Universitas Gadjah Mada, and an Utama level professional engineering certificate in environmental engineering. She has produced numerous national and international publications rooted in her research and community service activities, contributing significantly to sustainable water management and environmental protection in Indonesia. Today, she will deliver a presentation titled Building Disaster Resilience Through Sustainable Water Management. So, Dr. Marleni, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Pak Aditya. Good afternoon, everyone. So let me share my presentation first. Have you seen my slides?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, let me just... Okay, shall I start now?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. First of all, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to thanks to Universitas Islam Indonesia for having me as one of the speakers today. It is great honor for me. Hopefully that what I'm going to present today will bring something and will be beneficial for adding our knowledge. So I also want to express my deep condolence for our brother and sisters that having a massive disaster in Sumatra. Hopefully they will get better day by day, and also these events will teach us very good lessons how actually we have to protect our environments. And I think this what my presentation actually what some parts also discussing about the water disasters. Okay, to save time, I think I will start my presentation. So today I'm going to present about the building disaster resilient through sustainable water management. So the outline for my presentations, I will have, actually it's only 4 topics. It will be ended by conclusions. So the first topic, it will be about water-related disasters. I will give like some of the pictures about the water disaster worldwide and also in Indonesia. And also I will also present about the sustainable practices. Of course, I will not talk all the practices that is we are having currently. I will highlight only the most trending sustainable practice that is many peoples and also many academics also now doing some research on that one. We call it as nature-based solutions. And after that, I will explain or discuss about risk and vulnerability. And the last one, it will be about how actually we can create disaster resilient through sustainable water management. Okay, for my first topic is about water-related disasters. Before I give you pictures about water disaster, I would like to start this presentation by asking these questions. Why actually water management matters for disaster resilience? In Indonesia particularly, disaster resilient water management, it will be depending on several factors, but the strongest factors is actually only 5, which is that we need to have a very strong institutions, we need to have a very clear regulations, we need to have reliable technical systems, we need to have sustainable financings, and finally we also need to have empower communities. So all these factors, it should be combined and work together to achieve disaster resilient water management. And the next slide is about the water disasters. Does that works? Yeah. If you look at this image, this map is show us the global distributions and impact of water-related disasters, such as floods, storms, drought, and landslides. This is not currently happen, but this is happens over the past decades. As you can see there, Asia experienced the highest numbers of events with more than around 2,200 occurrences and the highest numbers of deaths. This is, like you can see, affecting nearly 3 billion people. For North America and Africa, it also shows significant impacts, especially in economic losses and population affected. So it shows us that the global pattern on this image highlight that water-related disasters are not only frequent, but also extremely costly and widespread. So it reinforces why resilience and sustainable water management is urgently needed. And I took this infograph from our National Disasters Institution, BNPB. Sorry, not translating this one to English. I hope because like our audience mostly from Indonesia. As you can see from this figure, in 2024, we have like around 3,400 disaster. And I highlighted with the red box that around 50% of it, for 50% from 340, it's actually belong to water-related disaster. So this is actually can show us that water-related disaster, it's not only frequent, but they really disproportionately affect billions of peoples and cause massive economic losses worldwide, showing how essential, resilient, and sustainable water management is needed for all regions. It's not only for Indonesia, but this is also urgent for the worldwide. This is only some pictures that I have. When we have a rainy season, we have floodings. But on the other hand, when we have a dry season, when we have a drought season, then we have water shortages. So this kind of phenomena, I think it's a bit imbalanced because like in the rainy season, we cannot store the water and then use it for the drought season. And finally, like in the rainy season, we have very huge floodings, but in the dry seasons, in the drought season, we don't have water at all. So this kind of phenomenon showing us that actually our water management is still very poor, so that we cannot really manage water well between the rainy and the dry seasons. But it's not only about the quantity, but we also have problem with the quality. Maybe this kind of pictures you can find everywhere. In our water surface, in our river, on the lakes, any water body, we can like see this kind of rubbish, and also the pollutions like you see on the pictures. So if you see here, around 70% of our river water is actually already polluted. So this costs us more money to treat the water, and also we need more money to protect our environments. So for this one, this is the effects of waters. Sorry. This is actually the effect of water disasters. As you can see here, that we have 4 groups. We make it like 4 groups, like years, now is very less people live on that area. It's because we don't have water anymore. And for the second groups is about the environment. We can have water scarcity and also land degradations. Water scarcity occurs during drought or when contamination makes water unusable. And for the land degradation result from erosions and also sedimentations or because of saltwater intrusions. Yeah. So for the ecology itself, the loss of biodiversity is because of the habitat destructions, river modifications, and also pollutions. And for the extinction of species, this is when ecosystem cannot recover or adapt. So this reduce ecological services such as water purification, flood regulation, and also soil fertility. And the last topics is about economy. For water disaster actually impose huge economic burdens, particularly on loss of infrastructure, where roads, bridges, water treatment plants, irrigation system, it can be broken, and also it will impose economic impacts because the crop can be failure, it can reduce the productivity and also damage to industry. And finally, the disruption of goods and services because the supply chains halted, transportation blocked, and utilities finally have to be shut down. This is like what we have found in Sumatra nowadays, where all the infrastructure collapsed and we need to recover a lot of infrastructures, and finally people will they don't have a service on the waters, on sanitations, and also some other important the main drivers of water-related disaster, because these disasters do not occur only because of natural hazard. This is usually like the main victims. People always, most of the people they like to blame the natural hazard, but water-related disasters is not occur only because of the natural hazard, but it is also because of natural processes interact with human system. This is what we call like anthropogenic process, and also climate change intensifies extreme events. And also the environmental degradation remove natural protections, like, yeah, again in Sumatra, why we have very big flooding, because we lost all the covers, because like, yeah, there is a lot of trees cut down, and finally we cannot, the soil cannot absorb the water anymore, and we have a very big flooding. And also we have a poor infrastructures and weak governance, and it will increase the vulnerability. And yes, and the other things that when communities lack of capacity and development is unplanned, of course that the exposure becomes even higher. So water disaster actually are the result of both environmental and also socio-institutional factors. It is not because of one single factors. So this is to connect to next presentation is, if the cause of water-related disaster come from degraded ecosystem, forms during and immediately after a low probability or high impact events, like for example, we have floods, storm, or drought, and how quickly it recovers. Sustainability, on the other hand, looks at long-term impacts across the entire life cycles of infrastructures, including the environmental, the social, and economic effects that occur continuously. So despite their differences, both concepts overlap in using life cycle thinkings, cost assessment, and multi-criteria decision working. When combined, they provide a more complete framework for designing water systems that are both durable in the short terms and responsible in the long term. So we come to these figures about the NBS. Nature-based solutions is actually one of sustainable practices that we can claim like that. Nowadays, we always want to give every solution to nature-based solution. So the questions, why NBS? Yeah? If you see here, that actually NBS is very relevant because NBS is more than a technical approach. NBS is actually a way to vernacularize sustainability, meaning that we make sustainability locally meaningful. So we do this approach, we do this NBS by using local ecosystems, respecting local cultures, preserving traditional land use practices, and we also adapt modern technologies so they were compatible with the local landscape and community. So the solution of using a nature-based solution is not just environmentally friendly, but this is also socially and culturally grounded. And yeah, but if we are talking about NBS, there are so many features that we can claim as NBS. Like, for example, if we have rain gardens, constructed wetlands, or pervious pavings, or we have remediating rivers, we have floodplain, we have rainwater harvesting, all those are NBS. So the questions here, which ones actually suits best for our regions? If we are talking about NBS, we cannot select like as you like, but actually we need to select based on the characteristic of our regions. So this is the way how we actually select the NBS for our regions, because like we claim NBS is not about technology, it's not about the technology, but actually because it fits with the local context. So how we select the right NBS for our regions? So this step is I call it like this is a systematic way to select the NBS solutions for any region. We begin with, we need to understand what are the challenges that our region face. This is the most important thing, that because different NBS can solve different challenges. And the second one is we need to identify the landscape and the spatial context. Why we need to understand this one? Because we need to consider the topography of our area. What will be the hydrology of our area? What will be the land cover? What will be the climates? Because NBS also can be different on that spatial context. And the third one, we need to understand the purpose of the actions, because different NBS serve different goals. Like, for example, some NBS can reduce flood, Some NBS can improve water quality, some NBS can rebuild the biodiversity, some NBS can provide cooling, and some NBS maybe can increase the infiltrations. So we must define whether the actions aims to mitigate the disaster, or we need to restore the characteristics, the previous characteristic, or we need to conserve some things. We need to conserve water or any biodiversity there. So this is actually one step that we really need to understand that what actually our purpose of the actions using NBS. And the other point here that we also need to understand every NBS has their own performance characteristics. When I say the performance characteristics, it is actually how effective the NBS for the ecologically perspective, how adaptive the NBS, how quickly benefits will appear by after installing NBS, how long benefit will last, and how versatile the solution is across multiple challenges. So this one we need to understand, because every NBS is actually have their own characteristics and we have our own demands. So we have to fit the characteristic of NBS and the characteristic of our regions. Okay, and the last one, we need to assess the feasibility of the NBS in terms of, we need to understand, because like, for example, cost, times, maintenance activities, and also the scale of morphisms. Yeah, scale of morphism means one NBS maybe it can be replaced with the other NBS that will have the same that will provide the same solution for one problems. Yeah, so actually for the last point, we need to assess the feasibility of the NBS based on the capability of the area. For example, that if your area doesn't have sufficient funding to install a high-cost NBS, so we might think about the lower-cost NBS, but still have the same features to solve the same problems. Yeah. So this one, you need to understand the characteristic of NBS. Okay. I will show you one by one what is actually the challenges that we are talking about here. So this is the challenges that actually, this is study coming from the TH Köln, Germany, and currently we are working together with them to create a master plan for one area in Sleman. So the features of the master plans also NBS. So the first one, we have to identify or understand what will be the challenges that we are facing. So this, they are making a booklet. So this booklet from TH Köln actually already lists some of the challenges here, from water shortages into unemployment. So actually, NBS is not only solving environmental problems, but NBS also solving a social problem too. As you can see there, it's water shortage, water low quality, flood insecurity, air pollution, soil erosion, biodiversity. This is a problem of environments. But for public health, social cohesion, mobility issues, this is actually, it's belong to social challenges. Energy shortage, tourism problems, food insecurity, and unemployment. So this is also not environmental problem, but it's other problem. So NBS is actually solving a lot of problems, but of course our focus now, maybe because we are talking about water-related disaster, it will be more on water disaster rather than other features of NBS. So you see here this matrix, So this matrix, it's wrote about the NBS, the type of NBS, the bioswale, double line trees, channels, things like that. This is actually the features of NBS. But if you see on the horizontals, the environmental, social, and economical features, that is actually to solve the challenges. So bioswales, if it's green, it means that bioswales can solve the problem of water shortage. And bioswales also can solve water low quality. And also it can also overcome the flood hazards. So this is based on the mapping that is TH Gold make, and then we just need to know that we want to solve what kind of challenges, and then we can select from a lot of type NBS in this tables. Yeah, this is only the continuing tables from above. And also about the identifying the special context. So we need to know that our NBS, it will be installed in which part. If the NBS is intended for the household, so it will be, some NBS will fit on that household. But if we want to install the NBS for building, it will be some NBS will fit, not all NBS it can be used for the building. So it depends actually, for the special context, you want to install the NBS in which features, or in which part, in which landscape, and then and also we need to understand the purpose of action, because here it is classified the type of action into three. So the action of conservation, restoration, and installations. So for conservation itself, the solutions that involve making better use of existing natural or protected systems. And for restorations, this is solution based on developing sustainable managements and protocols, and also procedure for manage or restore ecosystem. And also for the installation, this is actually NBS solutions that involve creating new ecosystems. So which one you want to which one actually your purpose, whether you want to make a better use of existing natural ecosystem, or you want to develop sustainable management protocols, or actually you want to build a new ecosystem. So this is actually, you need to define that one first. And this is also the other thing that we need to consider, like what I mentioned to you. We need to understand the performance characteristic. You can see there are several performance. Like for examples, we have there versatility, and then we have effective time. We have ecosystems services. We also have the services morphisms. So these all are the performance that we need to understand. So we need to classify, actually in the booklet they already classify, so which NBS have which performance. So you can see over there will be a scale. If it's low, it means the versatility is low, and if it's number 3, it means that the versatility is high. Okay. And this one is to assess the feasibility of the NBS implementation. This is based on the capability of the area. So the metrics or the factor that we consider here is the implementation times, and also the budget, the maintenance, the scalability, and also the scalability morphism. The same like previous table, the scale also from high to low. This is only examples of how this booklet help us to determine whether this one is suit best for our regions. Like for example, this is the NBS of wet retention ponds. So for wet retention pond, we can see from the performance assessments that it's very good, or this is very the time is very effective. It means that if we are using this one, so it's very effective in the terms of times, and the versatility morphism is also very good, so it can conserve more ecosystem too. And for the implementation assessment, we can see here that if the implementation time is also it's quick, the scalability is easy, and also the budget is quite okay. And this is actually the card that showing that for the wet retention pond, it can solve what kind of challenge. This one, yeah. And this is the action type, and this is the scale. So this is all the description. So once we already knew what kind of challenge that we want to handle and what will be the action type and the scale, we actually can select which NBS is fit best for our regions. Yeah. So to conclude on that topics, actually NBS can reduce hazard, it can also reduce vulnerability and exposure, and finally it strengthens the capacity, so making them central to disaster risk reduction in water systems. Okay, next we will talk about the vulnerability and risk. So the disaster risk. If we want to measure the risk, the disaster risk, so this is actually combination between the hazard, the exposure, and also the vulnerability, but it should be also divided by the capacity. It means that the risk itself, it will be lower if the capacity is higher. Yeah, but this is actually the function of how big is the hazard, how big is the vulnerability of the peoples, and also how long is actually the exposure of the hazard on those community or on those environments. Looking at the water components, yeah. All these components, if we have these water components, actually, if we have a water-related disaster, it will affect all the components in these water systems. Like, for example, if we have water supply system, once we have water-related disaster, it means that it will disturb our raw water production, it will disturb the storage, distribution, treatment, conveyance, and also finally, even in the house, our connection, it will also be disturbed. When we have a stormwater system, it will also be a collapse or maybe disturbed because of the water-related disaster. For examples like flood. Flood ruining everything. Not everything. Some of them may be ruins, but of course, if it happens frequently, then it will destroy the components of water supply or even the stormwater infrastructures. Yeah. This is only to estimates here. There are several disasters, but water-related disaster here only landslide and also flood and drought. If you can see here, like for example, the flood itself, it can structural damage to system infrastructure. It can rupture the main pipes. So if it's black color, it means that it's severe effects. Yeah, if only half is moderate effect, and if there is nothing blacks in it, so this is a minimal effects. Yeah, we can see that flood itself, it can cause structural damage, collapse of pipes, and obstruction in intake screen. And also it can induce pathogenic contamination and chemical pollutions. And also it will break or it will make our equipments and spare part and materials also destroyed. So flood give a very severe impact on these water infrastructures. Okay. And looking at the vulnerability, this is only the cases from this study is conducted by Koneksi Research. This is between University Teknologi Sydney, Universitas Indonesia, and also Universitas Gadjah Mada. They identify for the water disaster, climate hazards, and if it's yellow, it's not. It's middles of vulnerables. Yeah, I mean it's not affected much. But if it's green, then it's not affected at all. So this is, you can see a lot of actually our province. Looking at the rural water supply system still affected much by flood, drought, or maybe like sea level rise like that. Okay. Okay. This is also one of the result coming also from the Koneksi teams. You can see there the current community is actually face a lot of challenges in achieving climate resilience that threaten the water supply for the community. You can see, like, for example, in Sumba Timur, they identified that they don't have poor access to responsive funding. So it's limited engagement with disaster initiative and also little proactive emergency planning and also inadequate institutional support. Yeah, looking at these pictures, actually, we can see that if we are talking about the disaster resilience, it's not about technology, it's not about technical parts, but fundings and also the engagement with other parties and also institutional support. All of these factors affect the disaster resilience for sustainable water management. This is only example how we can reduce or increase the risk components. Like if you see on the previous formula that a risk actually defined by the hazard, vulnerability, exposure, and capacity. So for example, that for the hazard, we need to reduce the hazard intensity. How we can do it? We can do by reforestation, wetlands, river management, NBS. We can implement this kind of action so we can reduce the hazard. And also the vulnerability, we need to strengthen the physical and social resilience by doing, like, for example, retrofitting the buildings and doing some trainings. And for the exposure, we need to keep people or our assets away from the hazard. It means that we need to make a strategy to do some zoning or maybe the relocations, or maybe we need to elevate the structure. So all of this actually to keep our assets or our peoples away from the hazard. So we're not facing the hazard, but we avoid the hazards. Yeah. And also the last one is about the capacity, how we can actually increase the community institutional and technical capacity. A lot of options actually, but I only list here usually that we will increase the capacity by early warning system. We do some trainings. We do the institutional strengthening. So this is only some of examples how actually we can reduce the vulnerability, hazard, and exposure, while the other hands, we also increase the capacity of the community. We come to the disaster resilience here, like We already discussed about the hazards and the vulnerability and the exposure and the capacity. The next questions become how do we strengthen the resilience? So this is then it comes the 5 pillars of the resilient frameworks and the roles of communities so that we can create a disaster resilience, particularly on the water-related disasters. Yeah. So this is the 5 pillars. In Indonesia also we consider this one, these 5 pillars. So combining these 5 pillars, it means that we are trying to create a resilience, because resilience is not depending on one pillars or one factors. At least it should be determined by looking at this resilience, these pillars of resilience. The first one is about the institutionals, and the second one is about the regulations aspects, regulatory aspect. The third one, technicals. The fourth one is financings, and the last one is the community participations. Yeah.
Ma'am, I'm sorry,
Okay.
but we have only 5 minutes left.
Okay, it only just like 3 slides, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay, and looking at this 5 pillar, we also have to look at the role of community, how we can strengthen the roles of the community to participate to a sustainable water management. So this is some ways in which community can reduce the vulnerability. By the first one, of course, by enhanced community awareness and water risk preparedness. And also we need to create community-based water risk management. We need to strengthen the local water infrastructures. We need to integrate local knowledge into water management. And also we need to create community-based early warning systems. And we need to involve them in planning and decision making. This is the one that we are doing right now in some of the villages, that when they want to create a master plan, they have to be involved in it. And finally, we need to strengthen the social capital for water resilience. So resilience is strongest when all the pillars are interact each other. That's the message of these slides. But it's not enough, it's not sufficient if we know that our phenomena and our it's not enough if we just think about approach to adaptations, because most of the approach nowadays is only to adapt with the disaster. But what we need to do is actually doing adaptations to transformation. So we need to rethink the water resilient. So when the current approach is to adaptation, so it means we need to do transitions to do transformative approach here, because we need to embrace the transformative approach. So we at that transformative approach, then we can do a lot more, and we can create disaster resilient more even it's faster, and also maybe it can be more accepted by many sectors. Yeah, this is only one study that I took from Matthew. This is, they already tried several approach actually, from current approach to transformative approach. I think this is the conclusions that sustainable water management, it can reduce disaster risk, but NBS is actually one of the solutions that provide locally grounded and ecological effective strategies to build resilience. And resilience depends on the interaction of 5 pillars, and true resilience requires transformational adaptation where communities, ecosystem, and institutions learn, collaborate, and evolve together. And this is all the reference that I'm using to build this presentation. So I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. So I return this screen to Pak Adit. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for Dr. Marleni for your distinguished presentation. So I very big note in here. So in this occasion, I would also like to remind our viewers, audience, that we in Indonesia, we have a the highest hydrometeorological disasters in the world. Due to climate change, the dry season has become longer and longer, and also while the rainy seasons has become shorter and heavier. This is the law of nature that we are facing right now. We may hope that there will be no more natural disaster in the future, but actually, in reality, the number of natural disasters worldwide is increasing all of the time. So this is a reminder for all of us, and focus on hydrometeorological what disaster related very many effects. And then I also noted that one of the solutions that Dr. Marleni is BS. So actually, this is the vernacular. What is it called? The vernacular as this team, how to select the right NBSDs on the region. That's very good presentation. And also, I want to remind also the viewers, and thank you very much for your presentation, that we are researchers are tasked with providing objective, evidence-based, and verifiable knowledge so that government or any relevant stakeholder the policies can be more that. This is and the high notes that I took, the disaster resilience problem is the fundings. Yeah, this is a very high problem in here, but in the vernacular theme, the ways which community roles can reduce in vulnerability, many options for the using locally, what is it called, community based problems. Okay, so the last is we not only enough for adaptation, but we do transform. We need a transition. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Now we are open for the answers. For the ladies and gentlemen, please, if you have a question, please type them in the chat box or please use the feature. I think there's one question from Professor Ilya Maharika. He has a question regarding one dimension of NBS, namely time. Yeah, many of the NBS solutions need time to reach the expected performance. In many cases, the politics and societal perspective fail to recognize this and then judge it as a failure. Again, how can we convince the public, or should we have strategies to overcome this gap? Please.
Okay, yeah. This is always a problem in NBS, yeah, because like we count on the natures, yeah. We never can push the nature as we like. This is the important things that we need to highlight when we are dealing with NBS. So regarding with this one, yes, many people that thinks that we are failed to do once our NBS is not well developed. Of course, yeah, because people doesn't understand the basic characteristic of NBS. It needs sometimes. That's why in my approach that I explained before, that we really need to understand the characteristic of our area, so that we can select from all those NBS which one is actually the fastest NBS that we can install in that area, and which one that can have a faster response to start fixing our environmental problems, for example. Like the NBS, the feature of NBS itself, it's a lot of it's many NBS features, but the things that we need to know that from all these NBS features, which one is giving us the faster one? If the demands on your area is you have to get the faster result, it means that you have to select the fastest NBS that give more results, give result faster than other NBS. So that's why the key message in my presentation is itself, once you want to select the NBS features, then you need to recognize first the characteristic of your area. And also, I mean, if I'm telling that the characteristic of area, it means that you have to also identify or know that what is the expectation of the peoples living there. Yeah, because NBS, it's natures. Natures never want to be pushed. It want to be conserved, but it never want to be pushed. I mean, it will just grow very healthy as long as we also do some good things on them. Yeah, this is some things that maybe we need to highlight. I hope that it answer your questions, Prof. Ilya. But yeah. We often have problems. People think that the NBS doesn't work because it needs sometimes to make them work so very good. Yeah, but the key message here is you have to know your characteristic of area, your peoples, and after that you can select from a lot of NBS features that nowadays many researchers now already list the NBS features. I think that is my response. Sorry if it's not answer correctly. Yeah.
Oh, that's very okay, Ibu. Can I push more? I mean,
Please, Professor.
Yeah. Thank you. And do you think that I'm architect, so and I do also some kind of master planning for campus or something like that, and implementation of nature-based solutions sometimes need to change also the perspective of the beauty, right? Because, like, for instance, the beautiful landscape. People have reference, say, like, for instance, the very geometric, like French garden, or really careful maintained, like a Japanese garden or whatever. But nature is something unlike those kind of beauty framework or beautiful perspective. So nature can be wild, quote unquote. So it is another set of beauty. So do you have any experience in communicating this kind of different perspective between actors?
Yes, beautifications. Yeah, this is very important. Yeah, but as long as my experience, like I have several projects, like for NBS. The first thing I want to, like, okay, beautify the places is one thing, but we need to beautify this place by using the local resources. It means that this is the local plants or the local things that we can find it there. It means that if we use the local plants or local NBS features there, so it means that it will be very likely, very unlikely that the nature will reject that kind of plants or that kind of NBS, because this one grows on that area. The nature will start to reject, as I know that if we import something outside, like for example, maybe we want to take sakura to Indonesia, maybe our nature cannot accept because this is not something local. So start with local resources, local plants. Of course, that the perspective of beauty between other places to the other places is different, but I think as an architect, maybe you have the sense how to manage the local plan, so it can make what's that? So it looks beautiful if people to see the landscape like that.
Okay.
I'm not really good in arts, but I think I saw some of the local plants or local resources looks very nice. And this is of course because of the architects can manage it very well. I think that's my question, Prof. Ilya.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Ilya, and thank you very much for very good answer. So we cannot force nature to our purposes. So we need to understand really what kind of area it is for NBS and find the more effective one. And then about the beautification, beauty in nature needs a lot of resources. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Is there any question? We have at least 3 minutes. 3 minutes for question and answers for participant. Is there any question? Please raise your hand or please write in the chat. Okay. Okay, maybe I have one question maybe for Dr. Marleni about I see about classification in here as you can as you show the first the classification with NBS, and then there's a classification also in the for I think Koneksi research about the rural water supply. So what I want to ask to you that how you I don't think influence the government. I think how you propose how to propose this kind of the invention or these findings. Which is very important to make as a of stakeholders or government regular or what is called or kebijakan, what is it called? Yeah,
Policy.
So policy. The policy. Is there any suggestion? Because as we can see right now in our nature itself, we understand the news that we are trying to push our natural resources for the what is called the benefits of for our country, but how about effect of our nature itself? As we can see, I don't for example, I don't think 100% as the disaster in Sumatra only for the natural disaster, but also this is also our fault that we are not capable to maintain the nature itself. So what is your suggestion?
Yeah, so I'm agree with you. In Sumatra also, I don't believe this is only because of the very heavy rainfall or storm that they say that is very strong. Okay, but this is of course if there is involvement of humans that finally that create worse effects on the disasters. Okay, answering your questions, how actually we can convince our government to create a policy or regulations that finally will be protecting our regulations. This is like what I give you. I mean, like what is in like what I presented in the my presentation like that. So to start, we need to create their awareness first. How they can aware of something that is not happening, it's quite difficult. That's why we need to calculate, or we need to we have to identify. Like for example, the the picture that I show you, the rural water supply, the vulnerability of rural water supply, looking at different hazards, this is actually the way to we want to awakens their awareness so that they know that okay, this province is actually very vulnerable to this hazard. If we already identify on that one, hopefully they can create a policy that finally support how we can reduce the vulnerability and increase the capacity of the peoples and also the institutions in that area. So first, I think my questions, how we can just ask governments to be more environmentally thinking. It means that we need to make simulations. This is to help decision makers to create one policy that finally can be like we call it as environmental friendly policy. I think like that. I mean the simulation and also something that to open their mind and to open their awareness that we have a very high potential disaster in our country. Maybe like that, Pak Adit. Jadi menggugah how we can create their awareness by using our research. This is what we do. Yeah.
I think at least that we are researchers do, that we can make a simulation and we can show them to our stakeholders or any government or policymakers in our region or our countries.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So we have finished in our session in here. So as we come to the end of this session, I would like to express our sincere appreciation both of our distinguished speakers. So thank you very much for Dr. Nyoman Nepi Marleni and Professor Ramli Nazir. Thank you very much for your presentations, for your meaningful contributions. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Yeah.
Okay. Your insights on geotechnical sustainability, and Dr. Marleni, your insight on water-based disaster resilience through NBS enrich our collective understanding of how a sustainable building environments can live through place-based and culturally grounded approaches. So, thank you very much. Please, participant, can we give a virtual applause for both speakers right now? Okay. Very much for all participants for right now. We hope today's discussion spark new collaboration and inspire future research in sustainable built environment. So with that, we officially conclude this session. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry if I have many mistaken in my moderator switch, and have a wonderful day. And this session back to the Dr. Herman as the MC at this event. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you very much, Sensei Adit.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you very much to our moderator and both distinguished speakers for the insightful and enriching sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the end for our keynote sessions, and now we move to we'll have our second virtual photo sessions. So we would like to invite our distinguished speakers and our moderators and everyone to turn on your camera. We're going to take photo one more time. Okay, ready? Please smile and your best pose. Okay, operator, ready to take the photo. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the second slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the third one. 1, 2, 3. Fourth one. 1, 2, 3. And last one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much, and have a good day to our speakers and our moderators. Next, we will provide instructions for the breakout room panel sessions. The panel session is actually will be started after the break time, but please, operator, can you kindly show us the informations for the breakout room panel sessions? Yes, so the breakout room, please later kindly join your breakout room according to your topic that you choose. We have room 1 with Dr. Johnny, and room 2 with Dr. Wing, and then room 3 with Dr. Refi, and room 4 with Padit. So please adjust your topics, choosing the room. So next we are entering the break time, and the program will resume at 12:35 with our panel sessions. But before we take a break, we would like again to acknowledge our ICSBE 2025 partners again: College of Social Science, University of Hawaii and Manoa, School of Communication and Information, Matsunaga Institute, BRIN, UNESCO Indonesia, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sorong, Universitas Islam Malang, Universitas Maliku Saleh, Universitas Halu Oleo, Universitas 11 Maret, and Universitas Nusa Cendana. Again, thank you for your unwavering collaboration. And as the MC, this is my end of my job. Again, I would like to thank you everyone for being here. And don't forget, after the break time, join us in the panel sessions. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon you all, and see you in the next ICSB. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Operator, you can play the video or transition video. Thank you, everyone. For additional information, don't forget to fill in the attendance. The attendance link for the attendance has been shared on the chat box. Please kindly do not forget to fill in the attendance, and thank you for your kind attention.
Here's how developers at Perplexity and NVIDIA are prompting AI 10 times faster. They're prompting Cursor over 100 times a day, but typing
Watch this. Fix the authentication bug in object.txt and update data. Service.txt. Just like that, it tags the file automatically. It works wherever you go. And the difference in AI output quality is massive because it's so much easier to give flow more context and gets it right up the first one. While other flows just do the same thing. Level up your project, build this flow and go 4 times faster than AI that actually understands it.
Indonesia.